There we go.
I'm sorry, did you say something, Madam Chair?
We're on, we're recording and we're on, and we're live.
Okay, I was just going to say something. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for June 7th, 2022. Please remember there is no public testimony during the review session. We'll begin with decision items. Item number 19, 19708BZ, 341 Troy Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have a new letter from a neighbor complaining about this lot being really neglected. Hopefully the work will begin soon. Photos were provided at our request showing the site has been very significantly cleared. So I would like to make a motion to grant on condition that prior to construction start, the site shall be maintained clear of all debris and fences maintained in good condition. And I actually don't know the term for ensuring that the site has been rodent, whatever, exterminated. I don't want to use the word exterminated in the resolution, but if there's a good expression for making sure it's rodent free, then we should add that to the resolution as well, because that was the main complaint on from the neighbor. So a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shutter?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And I think free of pests is what you were looking for.
Maybe, yeah. So we'll get the correct sort of terminology when there's more time to write it. Free of pests, I'm not sure, but okay. Thank you.
Item number 20, 5513BZ, 1690 60th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. There was no submission required and there are no conditions, so motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye. Sorry. Aye.
Let's get Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. SOC calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 21, 1254 80BZ, 511 Avenue R, Brooklyn.
Okay, we had open seeker and had requested a revision on the room utilization chart. The chart was submitted immediately after the last hearing and indicates clearly the overlap of uses at each space. Drawings were revised to add a DEP requested air quality note, and we now have air quality sign off from DEP. So I think we're finished with seeker, correct, Tracy? Great. Okay. So there were no, hold on a second. Don't believe there were any conditions. So I'd like to make a motion to grant.
This is a continued hearing, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you. Scrolling down. All right, continued hearing. Obviously, the case is finished. Oops.
Okay. Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 22, 2017-269BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, for being the watch master. Hold on a second. Okay. This submission actually, sorry. This submission is income. Commissioner Shabeta, can you mute, please? There's background noise. That's why. Thank you. This submission is incomplete and staff considered adjourning it, but applicant's representative, who is actually new to the case, asked that we proceed to hearing to clarify the requested submissions. Our comments from February at the hearing, since they are already on YouTube, so we don't need to go through them again during review session, and they're on YouTube, but for clarification, the applicant's rep might want to go through those again. The initial hearing in February was long and comments were elaborate. This is actually a complicated variance application, which is why we directed the architect who was representing this to bring counsel in with more experience in handling variance applications. The ask, however, has been reduced, which makes it a lot easier, to only a legalization of the existing enlargement and not an additional proposed enlargement, which made the case even more difficult to construct. This may simplify the application, which must rely on an obsolescence argument for both the existing non-conforming uses and for conforming uses, since the shape of the site and proximity to the railroad tracks do not appear to be driving any hardship. So it's really got to focus on the obsolescence of the building. Care must be taken not to make this a programmatic needs analysis, which is always where obsolescence can fall into. That's only available to not-for-profits, not to commercial uses. Also, the location of the spray booths must be addressed so as not to impose on adjacent residential properties. That subject was ignored in the submissions that were provided. And we talked, all of the commissioners talked a lot about relocating spray booths. So those are my comments so far. But again, it's an incomplete application. It's really just to better inform the incomplete submission. It's to better inform the new representative. Vice Chair Shanda.
Yes, as I understand it, this is for the applicant to get clarification on the ask, in addition to what we had stated at the initial hearing. I think the revision is definitely more in line with what the board had asked the applicant to consider. And excuse me, and it's good to see the applicant is continue to, while retaining the existing conforming and legalizing the existing enlargement, the applicant is also proposing to improve the surrounding area, the street frontages, with more greenery, and giving it and that would bring at least the surrounding more in context with the surrounding residential use. Yes, the outstanding issue, the applicant needs to look at the air quality analysis regarding the spray booth. That is definitely part of the neighborhood context for me. And there are a couple of minor mistakes I noticed in the statement of facts. It's not worth going over it because the applicant will need to rewrite the statement anyway. And I'm sure the applicant will find those. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
So I had a lot of issues with the financials last time, and the primary issue I had was that, unbeknownst to me, I was reviewing an older financial report and then found out at the hearing that they had replaced it with a new financial that more than doubled all of the construction costs. And from this applicant, I've never had an issue with their construction costs, this financial analysis group. And so I couldn't understand what was going on there. Hello? Did somebody say something?
No.
Oh, okay, because I'm hearing myself echo. It's very strange. But so what I told them to do was go back to the previous report, the report I had reviewed, because that had more valid construction cost estimates. And so they said they were going to do that. Now, that being said, I still did have comments on that financial report, but there weren't that many. And I'll just go through them really quickly. Because they're going to base their variance argument on the building being obsolete, it's not in line with the financials that are saying that the building just has an effective life of 10 years with 50 years of remaining life on what is, you know, a 78-year-old building. So they're going to have to adjust their financials to reflect the obsolescence. And that means your building age has to be a lot older than 10 years, because 10 years is, that's almost a new building if that's the effective age. So it kind of doesn't make sense given the argument. So they're going to have to adjust that, and that's going to bring down their site value. When they talk about their as of right residential project, they talk about an $88,000 demolition cost. And I just want to make sure that that demolition cost is only based on the cost to demolish the legal building and garage, and not the additional enlargement that is yet to be legalized. I had no issues with their income assumptions. I thought they were fine. I had a question about their residential cap rate in the residential scenario, because they said it was 5.5% based on Ackerman, but I want to know how that matches up with realty rates and other recognized sources, because 5.5 is high for a residential project. So they need to address that issue. And other than that, I'm very happy that they're taking away their original proposed, which was adding yet more area onto the legalization. And that original financial report shows the existing to be legalized provides a 4% cap rate. I mean, a 4% return, on the investment. And that's only going to get higher once they make those adjustments that I've suggested. And so that's going to be a feasible project. I don't think it's going to do anything to really move the needle on the residential unless they lower the cap rate.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Is that it? Thank you. That's very clear.
Oh, and I just wanted to add one thing. Even if it were to move the needle on the residential, we're really not in the business of discontinuing, uses and forcing an applicant to completely demolish and start a new use that could be considered speculative, not sure. So that's where I'm at. I'm ready to support the legalization, provided they do all of those different adjustments to the financials.
All right, great, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I saw that the applicant has eliminated the expansion portion, which I believe is a step forward in the right direction. It's going to make it much easier for us and even for the neighbors to swallow this. Regarding the financials and the construction cost, the only financials I have seen was the one that submitted back in 2019. Apart from that, I haven't seen another financial report submitted. If I'm missing something, I hope the PM contact me or email me a link to the new financials. But for now, I have not much to add. If it was up to me, I wouldn't even look at the as of right residentials. I know that it might be a procedural thing to look at a variance to just make sure that an as of right is not going to be rewarding. But yes, I agree. This is an existing business. We're not going to be in the business of closing an existing business. I don't think it's going to happen. But I want to make sure that before we vote on the legalization of the illegal portion, which I want to say that it's almost 100% of the legal portion. So if I recall correctly, the legal portion was around 6,000 square feet. And then the illegal portion that was added is about almost 7,000 square feet. So we want to make sure that the argument is intact before we vote on this. And I have nothing to add at the moment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're talking, sorry, just to clarify, you're talking about what's the percentage of the illegal addition versus the existing condition? Is that?
No, the legal condition was, if I recall, about 6,000 square feet. And then the part that was added illegally after the court decision, I believe it was on the order of 7,000 square feet. So we need to make sure that the argument is intact before we vote on granting legalization for more than what was legal originally.
Okay. When you mean argument intact, you mean that there's a supporting argument for the variance. That's what you mean, the argument intact?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to see that they took our recommendation and hired counsel. I think counsel is already bringing this case in the right direction in that they're asking for a legalization as opposed to add-ons. Again, as we stated in the first hearing, I do want to hear more about what they're planning to do and show about with regard to the spray booths and the neighbors. So that's really what my major concern is at the moment, is the impact the spray booths have on the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next one. Tony.
Sarah has, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner Brown has.
You
Yes,
had
I
your
do.
actual hand up.
Yeah, I was trying to put my digital hand up, but couldn't find it because the window's minimized. In answer to Commissioner Sheta, the new financials were August 21st, but they were mislabeled.
I relabeled it though.
No, I'm just telling the commissioner that that's why he might not have seen it originally.
Oh, okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, just to direct him, but the date is 2021, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I thank you so much for that, but I apparently I didn't see it because of the mislabeling. Do you know what is the label of the file? The new one?
I think it's a revised financial. I'll email it to you, Commissioner.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Yep, thank you. We're not gonna do this on the fly. Thank you.
Right, but my understanding is the preference is to look at the first submission, which is the one you did read. So maybe don't
Correct.
spend time on the second one because it's not credible. So go back to just don't, maybe out of curiosity, open it and then close it.
Exactly.
We don't want you to spend time looking at something that's being discounted for not
Yes,
being
I
credible.
understand. Yes, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Tony.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for anybody else to speak. Okay. Item number 23, 2020-44BZ, 2228 Garrettson Avenue, Brooklyn.
Sorry, scrolling. Okay, new photos show trash and car washing area. The trash and car washing area is in full view of residential rear yards. We had asked for solutions to shield neighbors from these obnoxious and potentially noisy uses. The only efforts I see are some slats proposed and perhaps installed, I think actually installed, on the existing chain link fencing at Brigham, when the maneuverability diagram shows that every car entering the car wash passes by that fence. Applicant really needs to propose a more impactful solution. And when I say impactful, one that is more protective of that immediate neighbor, residential neighbor. There is some low decorative landscaping and in-ground planting beds along that fence. So why not install a high acoustical fence with high arbor vitae in that location? Let's see, photos show that the courtyard is entirely visible from the residential rear yards. The plans show a landscaped area at that location with arbor vitae. So that is an approach. Some details of the planting, they need to provide details of the planting beds, which must be in ground, and arbor vitae must be planted at a minimum start height of 4 feet in a minimum 4 foot front to back measurement and 4 feet deep in-ground bed with curb. And when they are planted at 4 feet minimum start height, they should be of the type that grows to a minimum of 8 feet. On photo 16, one can see directly into the first floor window of the house behind the trash area. This also needs screening and landscaping, which was not proposed. A lights on, lights off lumen spread diagram indicates spread to residential properties is actually controlled, so that's good. Screening of the other residential neighbors, is really my issue with this case. Otherwise, it appears to be a very orderly site. So for me, it's really how it impacts, kind of this very enlarged extended use since the last approval, how it's affecting the neighbors. Vice Chair Shanda.
Sorry, just going through my comments. So I noticed that the applicant has added signs along the approachway to the car wash regarding reducing the radio noise. I was happy to see that landscaping improvement is being proposed along the rear lot line. And I would suggest the existing landscaping that is located abutting the drive up to the car wash. The planting is little sparse, that can be densified. So while the applicant is proposing to add new planting, they should also improve the existing planting bed that is there along the edge or end of the car wash run. Otherwise, I did not have any comments on it. I was satisfied with the information provided, especially with regards to the curb cut and its proximity to the pedestrian walkway. Thank you for providing that clarification. And I was satisfied overall with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree. I was satisfied overall with the application. I just noticed in the photos that they submitted alongside the commercial lot line, that little empty space is cluttered with debris. And so I think they should take care with that space, because I believe it does bleed into the space that is against the residential lot line. And so if you're not taking care there and you start to get a rodent problem, they're just going to make their way across the back lot line. And that would not be good. And other than that, their proof of continuous use that was submitted were just those photos that we talked about. And there still is a gap from 2014 to 2017. So if they could find some Con Ed bills or something that shows that they were in business and, still paying their bills and incurring bills, that would be helpful to close that 3-year gap.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree that the site is generally in good shape. It's clean, especially the interiors based on the photos submitted for this hearing. I did look at the luminous spread. Yes, it appears to be controlled. I don't see shedding to adjacent neighbors. Yeah, and I'm generally satisfied with the site. Hopefully, all similar sites would be in the same condition like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibeta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the site. I appreciate the additional landscaping. I've noticed the signs addressing the radio noise, and I'm okay with the lumen spread. My one concern is in the photos that we see now as what the status is at the moment. One of the, let me just, believe it's photo number 11, shows some bins against the residence backyard area of the residence. I think those should probably be inside the facility, not outside against that see-through yard. And I know that's just gonna be for the moment, but I don't think that that should be pressed against the wall of the adjacent neighbor.
Mhm.
Especially adjacent to a residential neighbor.
Exactly.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you. Tracy, go ahead.
I just wanted to note that they did submit the EAS. They had, there was a number of questions they had to respond to. So we do have the EAS. It was sent to city planning for WRP review last week. So that's the only open review, and there'll be a few minor edits like typos. Other than that, it's acceptable.
Great. So WRP review needs sign off prior to completion of seeker review. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we can't close. Okay.
Seeker. Okay, I need to make a note always. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Next one.
Item number 24, 2021-43 BZ 90-91 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Okay, there is a conditional letter of support from the Rockaway Beach Civic Association. A parking analysis was done based on a C24 zoning district, but just down the street is a C23 overlay. So normally the way we work, that's the more logical choice to have used. Although applicant states that city planning is preferring C24 overlays these days, which has a much lower parking requirement of 1 per 1,000 square feet versus 1 per 400 square feet. I don't know about city planning's preferences. But then just to add, BSA grants waivers pursuant to 7344 in C23 for up to 1 per 800 square feet. So if the building were new under the C23 with a parking reduction, 33 spaces instead of 27 spaces under the C24 would be required. And for the 11,385 square foot enlargement, which is really what you go by, not by the existing building, then after the reduction, 14 spaces rather than 11 would be required, and 18 are provided. So I don't think we need to grant any kind of waiver about the parking here. We don't need to because it's an R4, so there isn't an option to grant a waiver. But we could, and we don't really need to talk about that as part of the variance. Plus, as stated in the cover letter, the facility has a lease to park in 43 spaces on the adjacent lot, which is really a great solution. And then looking at the trip gen rates in the EAS, at midday peak for office use, there would be a peak need for 53 spaces. So I'm thinking we could condition the approval on provision of off-site parking, which would address the shortfall and probably be something that the community would be supportive of, because this is a transportation desert, sort of public transit desert. My eye, of course, and then just going to the rest of the application or submission, my eye, of course, goes right to the proposed new masonry trash enclosure to be located adjacent to a residential property line without any landscaping screening between it and the 6-foot fence. I'd like them to move it over to include buffering landscaping, and also to run the landscaping along the entire fence line that's shared with the residential property. And in that, if they did it like that, I would be okay with losing 1 parking space to accomplish this. But then I ask, why can't the trash enclosure be located in the open area? My understanding from an earlier set of drawings is that the proposed ramp doesn't extend all the way there. Otherwise, that would be an incredibly long ramp. So it seems like there would be room to just push the trash enclosure into that open space. And then you could maybe add 1 or 2 parking spaces because you never need to have vehicular access to the trash gates unless you're unloading unless the trash pickup contraption is coming, the truck is coming. Also, the specified trees along the residential property line should provide a dense buffer. So the ultimate height of growth should be 8 foot minimum, not 6. The cover letter states that the residential neighbor has a garage backing up to its property line, but that isn't indicated on the site plan, and Google imagery is actually contradictory about that. Zola shows the garage at the southern third of the lot, approximately where the most southern parking spaces on lot 78 are. So that means there's about 2/3 of that residential property line where the resident can look into the parking lot. So that's why there should be more shielding there. Also, the masonry enclosure of the trash enclosure should be noted to be finished masonry, such as brick or glazed block, or with painted or colored stucco finish and steel doors, not chain link. So that should be noted on the drawings. And I do understand about the open area eventually containing a ramp, but to the extent that the ramp does not extend into the open area, assuming the project doesn't proceed with the project, once construction is completed, may have decided to put the ramp in which case this isn't relevant. But if they choose not to put the ramp in and wait to a future date, can't we get some landscaping in that open area in the meantime? And then, of course, though EDC has indicated a willingness to modify the restricted declaration to allow the proposed use, that would be a condition of grant, because without it, you can't actually modify the use. So those are my comments. Vice Chair.
I really do not have any additional comments on this. This project needs to move forward. And I think the improvements that are being discussed here, I hope can just be easily be done without having to go much back and forth on it, and minimize the time that the applicant is before us. I would just correct one statement, and that is, this is not quite a mass transit vacuum. There is an A train. The Rockaway train line is just 1 block away, and the stop is right there, right at 90th Street. I think it's at 89th Street, I'm sorry. So it's not totally absent of any mass transit. So that's just a footnote for us to keep in mind. But other than that, I really do not have any comments on it. I'm satisfied with the application.
Just to note, we do have, unless updated by Tracy, open seeker. So
of course, but yeah, I'm based on that, the closing would be determined. I understand.
Yeah. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I found this submission to be very responsive to all of my questions and comments on the financials. They sent a letter in that summed up everything that we talked about in terms of the vacancy rate and their decision to be more conservative. In terms of the ORPS table, they told me which depreciation table they were using, which was fine. In terms of the community facility rents, they justified why they did not use the new buildings in Rockaway, which was basically because they know they can't compete with them, so it wouldn't be very comparable. So they were choosing community facility rents that they thought were more comparable. So I applaud that. And they did provide the missing office rents table, and the comparables and the adjustments of those comparables were fine. So I found this very responsive, and I have no more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you so much, Chair. The only comment I would add is that I'm concerned about the adjacent residential impacted by the trash and the parking. So I believe that adding a landscaping buffer on the west side of the proposed parking lot adjacent to the residential and finding a place somewhere else for the trash enclosure would get this case to the finish line. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. When I read the submission, I understood that the landscaping was going to be up on the rear lot line all the way up into the portion of lot 29 where the garage would be. So I think they would get all the way their landscaping, the buffer, at least the shielding. But when looking at the plans, I see that that might have been a mistake. So I do agree that I would be satisfied if they do at least portion of greenery or shrubbery or some sort of, I can understand why you want trees of a certain height there on that lot line where the residential neighbor is up, at least up until the point where that residential neighbor has a garage. I'd be okay with that, and leaving the trash enclosure on that same side. I would be satisfied with that. I have no other comments.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Regarding the trash enclosure, yeah, I rethought about it quickly, and I believe if they add the buffer, the landscaping, and they add a roof to the trash enclosure, I would be okay with it. So, in my opinion, it should be one of two options. Option one is leave it where it is right now, add the landscaping buffer, and put a roof on it, similar to the case from yesterday, the NAB street case. Or the other option is just take it away from the residential lot line and just add the landscaping buffer. Either way, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's now it's the new preference. The roof looks so good. So, okay, thank you. Anything else, Tracy, that we should be aware of? Or I just see open DOT, right?
Yeah, the open DOT, we got a letter. They had one question regarding the application related to reconstructing the sidewalk. So the applicant needs to respond to that. It wasn't a sign off comment letter, as far as I can tell. That's the only open review.
Thank you.
I couldn't hear Ms. Banky's statement. Open
so-
letter.
Yeah, we got a letter from DOT. It doesn't seem like a sign off letter. It was a one question. Please clarify if the BSA application requires filing of a BPP. If yes, please have the applicant to reconstruct the sidewalk around the project site and file an ASCARA application with DOT. So they have to respond to that.
Thank you. Can you contact, because we have time, between now and when this comes up for hearing in our hearing today. Can you reach out to DOT and see if they would be willing to issue a sign off and making that conditional?
Sure.
Because that way, that's the only open item, and that way we could close this with changes to the drawings. Because it sounds like they just want a submission to DOT, so which they would manage, right? So see if they're willing to do that. That would be great.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Okay.
Move on.
Yeah.
Okay, new cases. The next item was postponed. Item number 25, 2020-50BZ 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn. This item was postponed yesterday, in case anybody's on the
2020-50 BZ.
50, that's what I said. Didn't I say 50? I'm sorry. 2020-50BZ 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn, just in case anyone is on the YouTube or anything thinking it's on, it's postponed. Item number 26, 2021-64BZ 205-207 Graves End Neck Road, Brooklyn.
That's a hard name to say. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. The community board recommends approval with 2 opposed. We have 1 letter in support. I found this to be a very confusing application. 205-207 Graves End Neck Road consists of two approximately 20-foot wide tax lots, lots 3 and 4, with two existing 0 lot line semi-detached houses on it. The existing drawing showing what is to be removed. So that's the main set, not the existing drawing set. But the drawings that show what is to be removed ignores this fact completely and treats the site as if only one house sits on the 40-foot wide lot. So I don't understand that. No survey was provided. The applicant needs to show the outlines of both houses on the demolition drawings. And in the event the front wall on Graves End should be, in that event, I think the front wall on Graves End should be retained, especially because the application appears to be using the predominantly built up area regs as stated in the ZRD1, but not stated in the statement of facts, which regulations require an 18 front yard. So you need to hold on to your non-compliant front yard. So you have to lose that piece. This is a situation where our decision on the building on 88th Street and 3rd Avenue, oddly, which is a huge tower, right? And which was not picked up by city planning to reduce carving offs of zoning lots, is here taken advantage of, so that the 73-622 special permit, which would not apply to through lots, since rear yard equivalents don't have a rear lot line against which to measure 20 feet. It renders this by subdividing the zoning lot to create a 10-foot sliver of a zoning lot fronting on Avenue V and transferring it to an adjoining zoning lot and taking back an easement from that adjoining zoning lot owner to effectively retain the full use of the existing zoning lot as though nothing ever happened, results in creating, from a zoning perspective, an interior lot with frontage only on Graves End, sort of frontage only on Graves End, to provide the 20-foot rear yard and obtain floor area and lot coverage waivers under the special permit. So I'd have to say, you know, this is a manipulation of zoning that is super unfortunate and proves that you can go from however big that building is on 88th Street. It's like a 50-story building. It can apply to a 50-story building, and it can apply to a 3-story building if nobody's watching at city planning. I wish they would watch. Since 0 lot line buildings, though, are permitted in an R4, unless I'm misreading the zoning resolution, and an 8-foot side yard is being provided on one side, which I believe only needs to be 5 feet if you really read the regulations. I don't understand what side yard waivers are needed, even though there's a denial from DOB. I think it was one of those denials that the applicant wrote, so DOB didn't review the materials. So that's the first one. The other part of it is the subdivision and transfer of property and all of that stuff has not been effectuated. So we're looking at a through lot, actually, which in future would be this odd interior lot. In an R4 district, the minimum lot area for a zoning lot is 3,800 square feet and 40 foot wide for a 1 to 2 family. But the lot width, as shown on the drawings that were also submitted to DOB, is not, in fact, a minimum of 40 feet wide. It's 39.5 feet wide. So according to that, but there's no survey, the lot would not comply with minimum lot size requirements. So I actually don't see how that would be permitted by DOB. But there's more. So the ZRD1 describes a portion fronting on Graves End Road to be sold to the neighbors, which is not what the drawings show. So the ZRD1 was, let's say, not very carefully written and makes a representation to DOB that's not the case. But I'm actually thinking that this lot could be developed as of right without this waiver. And so I'm gonna go through my analysis. It's such a confusing insistence on a 73-622 waiver. Zero lot line buildings are permitted as of right in an R4. So the addition only needs one side yard and maybe only 5 foot wide, I think only 5 foot wide, not 8 foot wide, as this is no longer a semi-detached building. Semi-detached buildings require an 8 foot wide side yard. This is a two-family, zero lot line building. Rear yard equivalent rules don't apply where the through lot is shallower than 110 feet. The frontage is at a very extreme angle. So lot 3 and a portion of lot 4 are less than 110 feet deep. So if you shift the enlargement portion to the lot 3 side, I don't think you have a rear yard equivalent issue. Unless DOB doesn't agree with this interpretation, okay, it doesn't agree. Assuming they don't agree, then you can opt for the 23-532B version of the rear yard equivalent, using 30 feet of the equivalent fronting on Avenue V, which is already your proposal because it's 20 feet plus the 10 feet that's being given to the neighbor, and a non-complying front yard that you will not increase the degree of non-compliance of, which fronts on Gravesend, which is done all the time. Predominantly built up area regs allow for an FAR of 1.35 and 55% lot coverage. So on the existing unsubdivided 4,333 square foot lot, you could have up to 5,851 square feet of zoning floor area and a 2,384 square foot floor plate. The proposed, with all of the waivers that marry the owner to its neighbor and the BSA forevermore, is only 4,844 square feet, so much less than what would allow, with an FAR on a smaller lot of 1.23 and lot coverage of 50% with a floor plate under 2,000 square feet. Plus, you can take advantage of existing building noncompliances for non-compliant front yard and side yard on the existing portions. So I'm absolutely not getting why you want the grief of the BSA waiver when you can have it all and more as of right. I think in any event, so let's say you want the grief of the BSA forevermore for your client. I hope your client is listening to this review. And the grief of being married to the neighbor with an easement. And we know about easements. Yeah, you can use it. Maybe you can't use it. You know, you didn't write it right, et cetera, et cetera. In any event, if you really want all of that, depending upon how we view the existing building situation, either 50% of the existing perimeter wall is being retained on the perimeter or it isn't. It depends on whether you look at this, these two semi-attached buildings as one building, or we're willing to look at one of the buildings and retain only 50% of it. And again, I don't see what other waivers you need other than the 2-story rear yard at 20 feet from the imaginary rear lot line of the to-be-formed interior lot, which is really like having a 30-foot front yard. So you don't need floor area, you don't need side yards. I don't really know what you're doing here, but if this is what you want, I don't have a problem with it, except for the whole concept of creating this terrible zoning lot. Okay. Vice Chair Shonda.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the reasoning behind why this was being converted to a interior lot from a through lot, and I would like to hear from the applicant reason. There might be some other reason other than just trying to apply 73-622, which again, as I do the math, I was looking at it on an as-of-right, one would get over like 5,800 square foot of floor area to build on. And why wouldn't one exercise that and go through this process to get a 43,000 square, 4,300, I'm sorry, square foot. So I would like to hear from the applicant the reasoning behind this. I'm just curious, is there some other dramatic story or something that is causing this? But that would be my question as to why it wants to be before us. And should they want to proceed with us, in some ways, I like the idea that this building is set back from its neighboring building, and that way it allows a side yard. Great. But at the same time, I think the addition that is being added to the front portion should be eliminated, and the applicant should maintain the existing street facade. And if the applicant is using the predominantly built floor area, the applicant needs to show how this meets the predominantly built definition. The applicant is familiar with it. We have asked it every time of the applicant, so those should be provided. There are some mistakes in the zoning chart analysis. I think there was some superimposition. I mean, there was a lot coverage was maximum lot coverage, and open space was mismatched. And the Belcher height map was not legible. So I didn't look at it, but should one go forward with 73-622, we need a much clearer map. And the applicant needs to indicate the percentage of existing exterior wall that is to remain on the plan. And it wasn't clear from the plan if the party wall was proposed to remain on. This is on the eastern side, because if you look at the proposed plan, it looks like it is a proposed wall, which that means there is not much of the existing wall remaining. So I'm not sure where 73% or 82% is coming from. And the applicant clearly knows that as part of 73-622, we can't waive the front yard regulation. And in Special Ocean Parkway District, a 30-foot deep front yard is required for zoning lots fronting on Ocean Parkway. So this is not on Ocean Parkway, so 30 foot is not required, but it has to maintain the whatever the required amount is. Other than that, I really don't have any comments. I'm just curious to know why the applicant is proceeding in this manner.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, predominantly built up area is 18 feet minimum, and otherwise don't go for that. I think it's 10 feet, in which case that's why they proposed that extension. And I'm getting predominantly built up area because that's what they represented in the ZRD1. They didn't provide us zoning analysis on this one for to understand what they're using.
Right. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I too agree with you. I'm not quite sure they are, why they are twisting themselves in a pretzel in order to be able to qualify for the special permit. But that being said, if they really truly want to proceed, I would love to see the rear yard study, because I could not find it, that shows that the rear yard they're proposing on the first and second floor is what is generally found in the area. And that's all.
Okay, noting that everybody on that block nearby is a through lot, so it's actually, or there are no rear yards. They're making this into an anomaly is what they're doing, but fortunately nothing will be built on that 10-foot thing. But yeah, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I second the comment by the board members, and I'm willing to wait until we hear back from the applicant on the comments raised. The only thing I would add, and hopefully I'm wrong on this, I believe there is an error in the ZRD1. If you look at page 4 of 7 in the PDF, it is the determination section in the ZRD. if you read reference 6834, forget about the first paragraph, where it says approved with conditions, it specifies the portion of the lot that's going to be sold as if it is along Gravesend Neck Road.
Yes.
My understanding is that it is the opposite, the other side, Avenue V. I'm not sure if this is a typo or I'm getting it incorrectly.
No, I picked up the same issue. So the drawings don't match the statement in the ZRD1.
Yeah.
But that seems to be, because then there's a whole discussion about curb cuts. And I don't know if the curb cut in the ZRD1, I don't know if the concern is curb cuts on Gravesend or curb cuts on Avenue V, and Gravesend is misplaced in the ZRD1. I really don't understand the discussion about curb cuts. So, anything else?
Nothing else to add for the time being. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. So when we decided 88th Street, the tower on 88th Street, but well, I guess technically it's on 3rd Avenue. We decided that it wasn't fronting at 88th Street because of the lot that they created to circumvent the zoning. I expected some cases to come in trying to circumvent zoning and grant great benefits from it. This is not the one I was anticipating, as they really are not getting a great benefit from the manipulation of their lot for the sole purpose of zoning. I expected much more. I was a bit taken back by why they would want to be married to the BSA for such little benefit. So I stand against any circumvention of zoning, any manipulation to circumvent zoning, to circumvent rules and regulation, any fake, or at least in this particular case, they're actually selling this lot to the owner. There's a little more of a real exchange here, but nonetheless, we know what this is, and I stand against it. But it isn't. It's certainly, this isn't the one I was worried about. So I have no further comment.
Yeah, stay tuned. Commissioner Shanda, Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
I have to apologize. I was reading some of my comments from the case number 27. So can I just for the record, sure, can I just edit what I have stated? So what yes, I think the concern regarding it being converted from through to interior holds, that the side yard is being proposed and that extension holds, the built up area that holds. I think I wanted the applicant to provide an FAR study. And some of the numbers I quoted were incorrect. I think on this side, as of right, a through lot, one would get 5,849 square foot, whereas the applicant is proposing 4,844. So my sincere apologies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. All right, last one.
Okay, item number 27, 2021 67BZ 2307 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn.
We approve of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends approval with 2 opposed. This site is in the R4 Special Ocean Parkway zoning district, but not within the sub-district. It's located on Ocean Parkway. ZR 113-12 has special front yard regulations along all of Ocean Parkway within the district, so which the board cannot waive. Again, this is a semi-detached building to which the drawings make no reference. Enlargements of semi-detached buildings significantly impact the attached buildings, so they need to show the other building on the plans and elevations. In this case, it looks like the attached building has already been enlarged. So understanding the scope and bulk of that enlargement will inform this one. Zoning calculations are relying in this case specifically on predominantly built up area regs with 1.35 FAR as of right and 1.4 requested, slight increase, not sure for what purpose. This is a straight line extension proposed at the rear of this relatively narrow lot and narrow building, but there appears to be a proposal to extend the second floor at the front to align with the first floor. Because of the Ocean Parkway frontage regulations, such an extension would not comply with the 30-foot minimum front yard requirement, which the board has no authority to waive. So they need to pull back that front yard extension to the 30-foot point or to the 30-foot point or to the existing point. That would probably reduce the FAR back down to 1.35 is my guess, in which case there's no floor area waiver sought. So it's still an extension at the rear, straight line. In view of that inability to pull forward, I'm okay with the proposed rear yard incursions at 20 feet at the first floor and 25 feet at the second floor. Although I note that this is a very deep lot at 135 feet, and the existing 60-foot plus long home, it's actually longer in spots, has only a 20-foot front yard, so is advantaged over other houses with complying 30-foot front yards. I think the reason for this Ocean Parkway 30-foot front yard requirement was that most of the lots are 130 feet long, so they wouldn't be suffering from the increased front yard requirement. And this one is over 130 feet long in some parts anyway, but only has a 20-foot front yard. So it's actually advantaged. Nonetheless, I'm okay with that extension at the rear. However, no rear yard study was conducted, and no description of the rear yard conditions was provided in support of the incursion in the statement of facts, which, by the way, was very minimal. It was a boilerplate, like just change the address statement of facts. The site backs up to a side yard, and we don't have information about the depths of the adjacent rear yards. And notably, this isn't mentioned in the notice of comments. And the applicant, who appears before this agency often for these types of applications, didn't offer it, which is just surprising to me because that just adds more hearings needlessly. Those are my comments. Vice Chair.
Okay, so now I'm going to read the correct case. In this case, the zoning analysis chart is incorrect. The minimum required open space and the maximum lot coverage were superimposed. That needs to be corrected. The 1929 Belcher Height map is not legible. Provide a different map that establishes the existing non-complying front yard to demonstrate that the front yard depth is lawfully non-complying. Crosshatch the portion of the building that is legally non-complying front yard and side yard. And I actually, let me leave it at that. Regarding the demolition, indicate what percentage of the exterior wall is to remain on the plan. And this is where the party wall comes in. Is the party wall proposed to remain? Because per proposed plan, it is indicated as proposed construction. With regards to front yard, ZR 73622 cannot waive front yard regulations. As you mentioned, Special Ocean Parkway District has a 30-foot deep front yard, and therefore that needs to be provided for all the vertical length of it. The proposed enlargement on the second on the portion of the building, the front portion of the building on the second floor needs to be set back 30 feet from the front line. It is not clear if the attic space is also within that required front yard. Indicate on the plan the required front yard line on the first, second, and the attic floor. Now, for zoning lots with non-complying front yard, ZR 54-313 does allow for vertical extension of existing building walls facing such non-compliance, though I'm not sure if it can be under 73-622, and I don't know which comes first. And definitely 54-313 would be applied by DOB, not by us. So that's a question I have. With regards to the FAR, since the applicant is applying the predominantly built up FAR, the applicant needs to justify that it is a predominantly built up area, provide the analysis, also provide an FAR study. The proposed height and setback diagram is confusing, not sure if it is complying with the required height and setback regulations. Also, why the building height to the midpoint of the roof is being indicated, applying the street wall height from ZR 23-631B, which limits to 25 foot in R4. And I mean, if you apply the ZR 23, it limits to 25 foot. And not sure that the height and setback regulation of 23-631H2 is applicable for the subject site since it is in an R4 district. Also, the second para of the 23-631H2 limits the building height to 32 feet for predominantly built up area. So the applicant needs to go back and review the proposed height and setback regulations of 23-631 B and H and see what is applicable. I don't think the applicant is applying it correctly. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Commissioner Ali Brown.
I think there's an error in the statement of facts stating that the total height is 30 feet 8 inches when it's really 38 feet 9 inches. So it's a 8-foot difference that they need to correct. And it'd be really helpful if they could ghost the adjacent home on the plan so you can see what the impact is to the adjacent with what they're proposing. And also, what would the rear yard study show, or what would the rear yard of the adjacent semi-attached building show? And they need to give us both of those to justify their rear yard ask.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I also noticed that discrepancy in the total height of the building between the statement of facts and the drawings. I do believe that they need to provide us with the floor area and rear yard and side yard study. I'm okay with the current proposed rear yard of 20 feet at first floor and 25 at the second. There is just, I'm not sure if it's necessary to correct this, but if you look at the section on the drawings, this is drawing P11, you can notice that the total height of the below grade floor, I would call it like that for now, is 6 foot 8 inches, of which 3 feet 3 inches are above grade, meaning that the portion above grade is more than the portion below grade. So it's practically not cellar, it's a basement. But I totally understand that the total height doesn't qualify this to be a livable space or even counted as floor area. So if we want to correct this just for the consistency of the description. Thank you.
Not sure when basements actually are not floor area. I don't know the zoning resolution even addresses that, because a basement is viewed as a floor with floor area. And we need to look at the definition of floor area to see whether there's a minimum height other than in attics, right? Attics, we know, have minimum heights. Back in the day, mezzanines had minimum heights, but I don't remember anything about basements. So since they're going to need to correct that, because otherwise it's potentially counting as floor area. 6 foot 8 is a usable space. It may not be desirable, but it's usable. So that may be an error on your drawings. But thank you. Anything else on that?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you. So I have mostly the same comments, but and like what was stated before, I was it's rather difficult to do this review without seeing the house that's sharing a wall with this ask. I think that that's my major ask, is to have that ghosted house of the adjacent house be shared, the detached house, as part of the plan, so I could see how that ask affects the neighboring property.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We lost Tony.
No,
So-
I'm here. I'm sorry. Had a problem with my thing. Sorry. So this concludes the public review session. Do you want to just go straight to the public hearing?
Let's have a 10-minute break. It just to get our heads ready for that. So 11:20 then. Okay, we'll be
Okay.
back. Thank you. Okay, if everyone could come back now, please.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for June 7th, 2022. Begin the special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 21, 1254 ADBC, 511 Avenue R, Brooklyn.
Okay, I'm admitting Jay Goldstein.
Good morning. Yeah, morning still.
Good morning.
Still morning. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, or to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. I do not believe there were any questions for us on this matter.
No, indeed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to public.
So the case we're currently discussing is 1254 ADBZ with the address of 511 Avenue R in Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, it is dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 933-6545-0691 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. To then proceed, press *9 to raise your hands, press *6 to unmute to speak. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. So when we just wait a little bit to see if there's anyone who calls in. Otherwise, there's no submission either. So I'm just going to give it a few more seconds, okay? Okay, I don't see anyone with their hands up. It's only applicants in the waiting room and nobody called in. So I would like to make, I don't think there are any additions.
No.
Just a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffield,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Could you say that again,
We
please?
can hear you.
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Zoning, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
Okay, sorry. Zoning calendar continued hearing items, item number 22, 2017, 269 BZ, 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island.
I'm admitting Todd Dale. I don't know if there's others. Please raise your hand if you're asking to be admitted to this case besides Mr. Dale.
Hi, Todd.
Hello, good
Are
morning.
you
everyone.
alone or you, Rebecca's with you or anybody?
No, just me today because, well, do you need to swear me in first?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I just need to make sure there's no one else.
Before I started rambling, I wanted to make sure.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of your testimony before this board, to respond to the board member questions?
I do affirm. First, I say I did attend review session. First, I'd like to thank the board for proceeding with the hearing today. I know that there are still outstanding items, but you know, we did review prior hearings, but it was helpful to hear the discussion during review session, especially with respect to the financial analysis. For the next hearing, we will make sure that a representative from the financial team is available and a representative from the air quality team is available, along with our office and the architect to answer all the questions. But you know, we had reviewed the prior hearing, but it was helpful to hear and updated the information, but we'll update the feasibility study as discussed using the original 2019 as a base, with special focus on the comments raised by Commissioner Otley Brown, including like cap rates and the demolition for the legal portion only. And we'll reference the financial team to both the prior and today's videotape. We'll expand on the obsolescence issue with respect to uniqueness. And we know that we need to provide additional information with respect to the spray booths and hand in hand with the air quality, both their location, their effect, the analysis, and what it would take to legalize and how they would comply with current code requirements. So I appreciate the discussion today. It helped center what we know needs to be done, and we'll make sure that we're set for the next submission. The one question I did have today is that during the February 28th hearing, there was discussion regarding the prior court case that was on the site and what the legal conditions were. It wasn't discussed this morning, but I did review the submission and the court papers are in there. They're not as clean perhaps as more modern court decisions would be, but I just wanted to confirm if the board still had question as far as substantiation of what the legal condition is. We did provide on the plans, we suggested to the project architect to provide a sort of a color coding there to make it a little easier to review, but I wasn't sure if there were still outstanding issues about the legal status or if the board required additional information or analysis with respect to what's legal versus what the enlargement is.
I'm just going to go through my notes because
Okay.
knowing that this was really just kind of an informational discussion. I don't know that any of us went back to our original analysis to follow. I'm looking at my notes and one of them says there's a site plan titled Legal Conditions A001 with 2 one-story buildings that are 5,525 square feet and 824 square feet, totaling 3,449 square feet, one of which is in the bed of the Sheridan widening line. What establishes that these are, quote, legal conditions? Is there a BSA approved drawing or a DOB approved plan? That was because what we're talking about is you got the existing building plus the portion that's to be legalized. How do you know which is to be legalized? Like maybe another portion of the building really needs to be legalized too, because we need to have what's our start point. So the other part of my comment was applicant states there was a CO dispute at BSA, but we have no proof of that. And then we did get a submission on that. So thank you. We wanted better clarity in the statement of facts on the assumptions about the BSA actions. So the way that the prior statement of facts was written, it kind of assumed the BSA meant this and that. You know that we don't work on assumptions, we work on the facts. And we didn't have copies, and maybe you submitted them, I'm sorry if I don't remember. We needed copies of the resolutions and approved plans so that we knew where our starting point was.
So
Okay.
what I'll include in the next submission is perhaps a better breakdown of what's there. The fact is that the 2 prior actions, actually the resolutions were just withdrawals because it wasn't needed after the court case, but we'll maybe, unfortunately the copies from that era aren't clear, but what we'll do is we'll provide copies and perhaps try and highlight the pertinent information in the court case to explain that even though these prior calendar numbers or prior actions were filed, that they weren't required, and then to establish from the plans that were filed with the enlargement and perhaps in conjunction with Sanborn maps showing what the legal structure was post this era of action and court decision, in contrast with that with the enlargement, the illegal enlargement. So we'll provide a little bit more detail that, but of the things that were discussed at the end of February hearing, that was the one that wasn't reviewed this morning. So I just appreciate the extra clarification there.
Okay. Then I think there is a letter from a council claiming that the easement that is shown on the drawings on the map, I guess, as a widening line or some kind of an easement. There's a letter saying that the easement doesn't exist. I'm not sure if you have any more depth on that. We can Right. If you're able to get more depth on that, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll review that. My understanding is that that was actually demapped and that we have a letter from the Staten Island Borough Office. So if we have that, that will help clarify that. But I'll write in
Okay.
demapping also as far as the condition there.
Right. We do have the street status on Semler Place. But I don't think there
Okay.
was more than that. And then I think that was really pretty much all, I think.
Okay, good.
But
Yeah, as
you said that you listened to the hearings. I just want to make sure, in case I left something out, because the discussions are always deeper than notes, right? If that you also listened to the review session, not just the hearing, right?
Definitely, and we did. And I would say I apologize again to Commissioner Otley Brown for having to review the financial study that wasn't needed, because that was a lot of the discussion during the review session. But we'll get that clarified. And as the board noted today during the hearing, we believe that it's more appropriate for the request to do a legalization as opposed to an enlargement beyond legalization. We think that that's more suitable to the site and the unique conditions that affect this parcel.
Agreed. And if you could, I mean, we need to void out the materials. So if you could give direction to our project manager, who is it's Tony. So Tony probably knows what to void, but if you could give Tony clear direction on what should be voided so that we're not having commissioners reviewing obsolete materials, that would be helpful.
Understood. And our office tries to be in the habit of putting numbers before titles with documents to make it a little easier to organize. So we'll go through the documents. I don't know what the numbering system may have been prior to our retention by the owner, but we'll number everything going forward and try and make it a lot clearer.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Sure. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2017-269 BZ 65 Grasmere Avenue, Staten Island. If you wish to discuss, this is a legalization of a one-story enlargement to an auto repair facility. If you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 and to the webinar ID number, which is 933-6545-0691, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Once you're in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so how much time do you need to do all this stuff?
In review, I think that, the primary items are going to, I think the two most time-intensive items will be updating the feasibility study and providing the air quality and the spray booth information. Just to ensure there's enough time and hopefully, thinking positive that perhaps the next hearing could be the last hearing, maybe a September date.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think that seems best.
Okay, sounds fair.
Great.
I want to thank you very much for reducing the scope of the ask. It makes the, let's say, rain damage on figuring out how to make the variance here.
Yes, we talked and we think that that's better, and we're glad to see that that's the direction everything seems to be going. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, next item is item number 23, 2020-44 BZ to 2228 Garrettson Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, I see Andrew Stewart and Elise Holiday are raising their hands.
Hello, it's not letting me in.
Well, you can speak, so it seems like it's beginning to let you in, no?
There we go.
Okay, is this just the two of you, Ms. Bolder?
I believe so. Andy, is Nick coming or just you?
Just me right now. I believe Nick is listening in. He'll join in if needed, but right now it's for me.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but, Nicholas Buscemi has come in. Please join as panelist. Okay, let's get you all together. Okay, raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Andrew Stewart from High Point and Nick Buscemi from High Point. May I share my screen? Because I think that would be easier for the discussion. Okay. Sure. Okay. Everyone can see that, right? Okay, great. Thank you. So I guess the first comment before the photos is we will provide more information about continuous use from 2014 to 2017. We heard that comment. Next, we wanted to get a little bit of clarification on which bins we're talking about in photo number 11. It was Commissioner Shabetta's comment.
Well, I think that if we look at the right part of the screen, there are several bins.
These, right?
Yeah, those.
The drums.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the drums. They certainly shouldn't be placed on the fence of an adjoining neighbor. That's not very neighborly.
Okay, got it. We just wanted to make sure it wasn't the bin behind this here, because I don't think.
No, I should have said, I should have used a different word for that.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you so much. And then the next big question, I have the plans here. This is the landscaping plan. We wanted to discuss, or Andy can go into that, about what we can do with landscaping. They ran into, I put in the a gas service line. Sorry, that was in the cover letter. So we're going to discuss where the gas service line is and what we can potentially do to shield from residential neighbors. Andy, take it away.
Yeah, so as Elise said, Elise, if you could go to sheet Z-001.
Okay. There you are.
Okay, and if you can zoom into that, can you zoom into that one corner?
Yep.
By the,
Sorry, 1 minute.
okay, that's good. So as you see, they actually did go out and try to plant arborvitaes in that strip. But we're not able to because they found a gas service line that's running to the building from the roadway, of course. And based on the depth of the root balls and the depth of the gas service line, they were not able to install arborvitaes in that area. This would also preclude the installation of any kind of a potential masonry wall because the footing would interrupt with the gas service line there. So they did the best they could by putting in the slats. We can put some low landscaping, which I know is not what you're looking for because that's not actually blocking anything. Yes.
Let me go straight to the suggestion. The chain link fence is an acoustical, so you're not getting any benefit from a chain link fence in terms of acoustics, but you could put up acoustical fencing in the same spot as the chain link, but taller, like say an 8-foot acoustical fence. And then in front of it, we've seen good success with planter boxes that actually hold the arborvitae. So how about above grade planter boxes? And maybe what you could have is semi above grade, like you use a material that can be in the soil, but gives you additional height. That might actually solve your problem also, right? So what, I don't know how deep it is. Let's just say you're a foot down,
Right.
And working, then you could get your additional height with the planter box. That's another way of doing it, or just simply put the planter box on top.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something we can look at doing. Thank you for the suggestion. When you say the acoustical fence, though, we can definitely look at extending the fence up. I don't know if acoustical is typically for noise attenuation. I don't think that was an issue here, unless I'm mistaken. So we can put, a higher fence, but maybe not necessarily an acoustical type fence. Is that?
Also, so those little fuzzy things and Commissioner Sheda has his hand up, but just let me finish the sentence. The little fuzzy things don't have any acoustical value, and there's no question that cars that are turning a street didn't do an acoustical analysis, but there's no question that all of those cars going in are causing fumes and some kind of noise that's affecting the most that one house, right? So what I'm suggesting is an 8-foot high fence onto which maybe you just hang one of those acoustic fences, you know what I'm talking
Right,
about?
the acoustical sheeting, yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's not like you're building one of those things that has a heavy footing and all of that stuff that to hold up something of extreme weight.
Right.
But in using that acoustic fence, I'm not supposed to use brand names, but I don't know what else to call it. It's like Band-Aid.
I got it.
Right? At this point, it's like Band-Aid.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay,
so,
that's
Commissioner-
viable, so, yeah.
okay.
Putting a planter box on top of the gas line to avoid excavation?
Yes, but I mean,
I wouldn't suggest that.
but what I'm suggesting, you know, don't forget there are like cars driving there, right? But so some kind of thing where you could have, well, I don't know how far down the gas line is before it's feeling the weight of the planters. That's something that they could be looking into. I understand your concern, but you can also sort of suspend the weight on something else, right? Where you're providing support that doesn't put the weight directly on the gas lines, you know, this way.
But if they wanna replace that gas line or fix it, they will need to like remove that planter box, right?
Okay.
My concern is number one, the weight, unless they're gonna use like a lightweight planting soil inside. But even the weight of the planter itself, I don't want to put something on top of a gas line based on directions from the board. If they want to engineer it and they get back to us saying that, yes, it's doable and it's going to be okay, I'm fine with it, provided that they take the responsibility for it. I mean, it should come as a suggestion from their side. I don't want to like make this a direction from the board, just in case if something happened in the future, the blame is not going to be on the city side.
May I make a suggestion? So as you see, part of there's still the sign there of the little landscaping. The part, I guess, closer to the car wash building, adjacent to the side of the residential building, I don't believe there's any windows there to see anything. So maybe we just place the planter box on the Brigham Street side of where, I guess, where the sign is there, but not within the planter, within the landscape area, but just in front of it. So you're not on top of the gas line, and you still have driving clearance to make the turns into the car wash while having the planter box in front. It's something we can propose in that fashion, which would, I think, satisfy the board and not cause any potential damage in the future to the gas line. I think that would be a good solution.
If you're going to engineer it that way, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for working through this.
Thank you.
Any other landscaping to show or comment on?
So in the rear yard area where they
So
have
should I move
installed.
down?
Yeah,
Here?
sure. Thank you.
Is that good? Can you see it, or you want me to go more down?
If you want to go to the
Oh.
landscape sheet, I can, that's fine. I think it's, what is sheet 5?
Okay. No, did I miss it?
Going. I think, you know.
It's 7. It's 7.
Apologize.
Okay, 4, 5, 6. It's one more down, right? Here we go.
There we go. So as you saw in the photos, they installed the fence with the slats already along the property line. We would propose a curved landscape area across the between spanning the two buildings with arborvitaes As you noted, it directed they would be planted to start at a minimum 4 feet height, so it doesn't take as long to grow to the full height. I think 6 to 8 feet is what they're spec'd out as. If that's, we didn't go ahead, we want to get the board's input on that. If that's acceptable, then we can go ahead and install that landscaping.
So I'd like to make sure that they're spec'd at 8 feet, not 6, because 6 is short. So make sure it's an arborvitae type that can grow to 8 feet.
Right.
And, you know, it has just to do with the spacing, because, you know, if they're not crowded, they'll grow taller. So
Yeah.
that's fine.
Okay.
But then the other issue had to do with the trash enclosure. When you stand, you have a photograph taken from, I don't know what that thing is, the air pump, I guess. And it goes, and you can see the window of someone's house right past the trash. So that there's an area behind the building and behind the trash enclosure that should also be landscaped.
Okay. In that corner. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see, maybe we could put a planter box back there. Might be easier than obviously than tearing up the concrete or whatever. So we can look at that as well.
Okay. But is there a reason, I don't know what you're using that little strip back there for. Is there a reason that that whole strip can't be the one that's parallel to the building? Can't be all planted?
I believe it's just used, you know, for access for walking behind the building from the rear area to the side area. So they want to leave that open.
Is there a door where your X is? Somewhere around there?
Let's take a look at the floor plan. I don't believe there's any. There's a door. Yeah, if you can go to. Okay. So there's a door from the convenience store portion that's towards the front where the trash is. And then there's doors exiting from rear portions by the service bay areas from some rooms back there. And of course the car wash, but not along that strip really. So
So rather than it being a place where like trash ends up and so on, and it's neglected because no one goes back there, why not landscape it?
like I said, they use it access between if they need to move something, you know, from the rear of the site to the front, they need that area for access, walking access.
Now, how are they, show me, can you drag the cursor? Where would they be walking from to? I don't see how they get there. The door.
Oh, sorry.
So there's, you're showing this planter blocking access. The planter that the planting bed that you're showing that
Right.
is parallel adjacent to the residences blocks access to that skinny site. That skinny portion that's right up against the rear lot lines.
Right.
So it doesn't seem like it has a function. They're not actually using it for access because their access is taking you into that courtyard where Commissioner Shabeta noted the drums, right? But it's not taking you into the trash storage area that you're accessing from the front. There's no doors there, right?
Not that we're aware of, no. So we'll talk about the client because that's kind of how we've been discussing it, that they do have access between the two. So we'll have to go back to them and speak to them about that. So.
Okay, between the two. Okay. So, but in any event, please landscape behind the trash. And a planter box, I'm not so sure about that because it's going to be hard to maintain a planter box as opposed to doing in-ground planting, which maintains itself. Planter boxes are great when they're out in the open because then you can see what's happening when they fall apart, all that stuff. And the ones that we've seen that are so successful are very much out in the open. And in fact, I think you have one right on Avenue U. I think those are planter box. That's a planter box on
Correct.
Avenue U. So whatever you're doing there, that's a good thing. But not in the back corner where no one will see it. Where, let's say, maintenance people won't see it. Residents will see it.
All right, we'll review that with the client and see what best we can do to satisfy that. Yeah.
And then the other thing is that back fence, since we could see right through, the back fence should have some concealing material on it.
Which back
Yes.
fence is that? You mean,
Same fence that backs up against the rear lot lines of the building, of the residential building. That's the one where I could see straight through to the window, but I'm pretty sure I could see straight through to the ground also in the photos. It was,
This?
that fence there?
no. So this is the different place. I'm talking about where the trash bin is.
Photo
So-
15.
Yeah.
Isn't
I believe
this,
it's 11, photo 11.
oh, photo 11?
No,
believe so.
photo,
No, it's photo 15.
Okay. This?
that one.
Yeah.
No, not that one. It's further.
No?
Well, it's not that one. When you stand further back, you can see the window. So I don't actually know which photo it is, but it's when
Oh,
the photo that's taken far back, where you're standing like at the air pumps or something like that. And I
yeah,
can,
I'm looking for that right now.
yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Oh, maybe. So maybe it was photo number 1, actually.
Yeah,
Or
it's the
photo.
photo number 1.
Wow, okay.
Zoom in and you can see everything. So that, this is a little bit like, you know, the movie, what's the movie called? I forget, it's an Antonioni film about zooming in on photographs.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure the issue there, because what one looks at is the door to the trash enclosure, the shed that's in the trash enclosed area. And then because that shed is there, one can't see the fence that's behind it. And then much behind that is the 3-story home with its stairs. So
We've just lost the photo. You need to
Yeah.
zoom in.
I'm trying to understand what are we trying to shield?
Zoomed into the photo all the way
Okay, go
in,
next.
tight. And I could see the window on the first floor of the resident to the roof. So if I can see them, they can see me, right? And that means they're looking right at the trash. So I want to shield them from looking right at the trash.
I
See,
mean,
go
that could
in.
be a very high.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm quite following. That's
Well-
on the second floor. Those are what we are looking
No,
at.
not second floor. So then it's not that photo, and I didn't copy paste the photo. But in addition to which, it is the second floor. The second floor looks right into the trash. But I was seeing the one on the first floor. Now I'd have to go back and look at my own photos. But it's evident in the plan that everyone is looking straight into that little rear thing where the trash is. You don't really need a photograph to see that the trash enclosure, which is to the rear, is
Is it
visible.
photo like 15? It's one of the last photos, or 13?
Okay, let me.
Andrew?
Because it's the one, I think it's the one I was looking at when I said there was debris in that yard, and that they really should keep that clear because it does snake around, and you don't want any animals to start moving around and getting into the courtyard and getting closer to the residences.
Yeah, I think right now, I'm also looking at photo 15. Right now, it doesn't seem, when this photo was taken, there is a fence along that lot line. So that is missing. That's why we're seeing it clearly. So there isn't any fence. There is a shell, there's a structure of a shell at the end. There are these 2 pipes, but there isn't a wrap to the right to take it along the rear lot line. So that's why we are able to see it. So please confirm, whoever took the photo, if that fence is there in the back. It seems like it's not there yet.
Yeah, I believe there is one. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just the way the photo was taken, but we will confirm there was a fence along the property line along the that area. So we'll confirm with them and visually, and of course
Yeah.
get better pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Andrew, you wanna,
when I'm comparing it to, when I'm comparing it to photo number 11, it seems there is a fence that is wrapping around the rear lot line, but that area, there is a gap. So if you could just verify that.
Okay.
So it's photo number, it's 16 of, oh, it is photo number 15. Maybe there's two sets of photo number 15s of two sets. I'm looking at the set that was provided on 5/18/22. And when I zero in on the shed, I see the window on the first floor, and there is no fence. So maybe that's what you're talking about, that there's a fence, but in that photo, there is no fence.
That's what, yes, Madam Chair, that's what Commissioner Otley Brown and I are talking about, is that we can, from photo 15, we can see to the left of the shed, the gray shed, one can see the window, right?
Yes.
But it seems there isn't a fence there. That's why it seems like so.
Or there's no screening on the fence.
Right, yes. Exactly.
I believe it might be a gate. Andrew, you want to take your screen off? I want to share my screen. I looked at it, I did zoom it, and I believe it might be a gate.
So in other words,
Give me one second. Yeah, I'm not sure if that piece is the extension of that fence or it just rotates too close. I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is no fence here. And I'm not sure if the end of the property is right at that post. If this is the case, I believe that might be a gate or so.
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
So the point taken, right? That's not okay.
no, understood. We'll confirm that.
From that activity, okay? All right. Okay, so let's go to the public. I don't think there are any other issues, right?
And we'll just make sure per Commissioner Brown's comment that there's no debris.
Right.
I just didn't say that.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2020-44BZ, 2228 Garrettson Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to put the operation of an auto service station with accessory uses. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will then enter the webinar ID number 933-6545-0691 #. The next prompt, you will only press the #. Once you're in the Zoom, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, please raise your Zoom hand.
Did we address the continuous use?
Yeah, that
Yes,
was the
that's
first
the
thing I
beginning.
said. 2014
Sorry, I
to
missed that.
2017, we need to get some proof there was no Google Photos.
Right, exactly. Okay, great, thanks. Just making sure.
Okay. So we still have open seeker. Can you install the fencing and landscaping now?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that we're okay with it. We can we'll get that installed.
Okay, great. And how much time?
To install, look at can give us maybe like 2 months, 2-3 months. Just want to discuss with the client. They have to look at the gas line issue and placement of anything there, and the acoustic fence, stuff like that. So they have to order that up and whatever.
Okay, excellent. And I'm going to leave to you to pay proper attention to that area behind the trash so that the neighbors are screened. Okay?
Okay.
Respectfully screened, please. Okay, all right. So I'm noting 3 months to submit. Okay. And so that should be photos of all the work done, which would be great. And I would close this except we have open seeker, so I can't. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is item number 24, 2021-43BZ, 90-91 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Okay. Raise your hand if this is your case. Allison. Allison's already in.
Allison, who else is joining?
I believe Uri might be joining. I don't know if he needs to speak here.
There's no one else, I don't think, in your team here. I don't know.
I don't see, but I see Uri there. Yep.
Oh, he's listed under you.
Under my name as well. Yeah, I probably sent him my link.
He is. Oh, there he is. Okay. Could
Spell your
can you
name?
spell your name? Hold on. Give me just. I need to write it.
Uri,
Okay.
my first name is Uri. It's spelled U-R-I. Last name is Kaufman, K-A-U-F as in Frank, M-A-N. And the company is Harmony Rockaway LLC.
Thank you.
Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hi, commissioners, and officially good afternoon. Allison Carreri for Greenberg Traurig LLP. We attended the review session this morning. We appreciate all of your assistance and desire to get this matter closed out, hopefully finished out quickly. So we just want to respond to the last remaining items that were brought up in the hearing. Other than the seeker issue, which I will come back to, and maybe we'll get a resolution at some point. We wanted to walk through the landscape, the requests for the changes to the site plan. I will share my screen just to pull up that. So it seemed like most of the discussion on the site plan comments was that the trees should be extended farther along into the parking area. We just wanted to confirm we had intended to comply with screening, with underlying zoning screening requirements, which allow densely planted trees that grow up to 6 feet, or a 6 foot to 8 foot fence. So in an effort to not rearrange the parking, we provided the fencing in this area along the rear of the parking area up to the neighbor's building. I understand the chair wanted further confirmation on the location of the garage in the backyard, and we can work on confirming the exact location of that. It's intended to be shown here in this area, but I'll ask the architect where exactly they got that location from and provide additional information on that. So we just wanted to confirm that.
Before you go on with this, the parking regulations don't count on having trash next to neighbors. So they don't allow for that very noxious use to be next to neighbors. Because you're proposing this noxious use, you need to buffer it more. And in addition to which, parking is kind of annoying. So it's always better to have landscaping between the parking and the residents than to not, right? Hence the idea of extending that line of trees, which shouldn't be only 6 feet high, they should go to 8 feet high, all the way along until it, at the minimum, reaches the back of the garage, right? Okay. So that might affect the parking if you're, for whatever reason, which I don't really understand, insisting on keeping the trash in the parking area. But if you move the trash back into that open area, because I think there's plenty of room for the ramp still, then you won't lose a parking space. If anything, you'll gain one. So
understood. So we'll at a minimum extend the trees all the way to the neighbor's garage, and we'll look at whether it makes sense to relocate the trash into the open space. Yeah, we just haven't had time to go back to the architect to talk about that reconfiguration. But I think most of the comments were that so long as the trees do get extended, that the trash wouldn't necessarily need to be moved other than to the extent you would need to make room for the trees.
Correct.
Okay, great. And then I think that, was there any other issue with the site plan that I'm missing?
No. Let's see. At least, yeah, so the conditioning of providing off-street parking. I just want to make sure everyone's amenable to that. Right, you currently have a lease, so we would condition approval on continuing to provide parking off-site. Okay.
Okay. Is there a certain amount of spaces that would need to continue to be provided?
Well, what you proposed is 43 spaces, so, and you have a trip gen rate of 53. So we could say that to satisfy the trip gen rate of 53 spaces, because that you're exceeding it now with 18 spaces and 43 off-site. So we could have the minimum be the 53 on the trip gen rate. And of course, you could modify it if it turns out that, for instance, your actual occupants use less parking and a modified generation rate was provided, you could modify that if in the future you can't renew a lease for 43 spaces.
Okay.
You know, that's something that could be articulated in the resolution.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I think the only remaining issue is the DOT letter, which, as Tracy noted, wasn't quite phrased as a sign off, unfortunately. We had provided a previous response to this question, maybe not the full response, but we certainly don't believe that this BSA application is going to require a BPP. The building isn't changing. The only thing that is where the sidewalks are going to be rebuilt is in the parking area. I don't know if their question is more related to whether the original Alt 1 application required a BPP. We have confirmed that with the expediter that it was not, that it was determined that the work required for the enlargement wasn't going to damage the sidewalk, curb, or roadway. And we looked in the DOB's record online. It's not in the objections. It's not in any of the items required. So we don't believe that BPP is required for the sidewalks around the building, which are in good shape. And we did previously provide a response with this updated site plan showing where the new sidewalks would be constructed and confirming that a BPP would be filed when the parking area is built.
Right. So my problem is I know that Tracy is in a meeting. Bella, did you by any chance get anything from DOT?
Tracy did reach out right after the review session, and I'm included in the email to the two individuals at DOT. We did provide this information that the applicant has just provided to the board regarding the Alt 1 application. But we haven't heard back. We have requested a conditional approval letter from DOT.
For what it's worth, if I may, for what it's worth, I spoke to my expediter about this, and he said we would not have gotten the C of O for what we've done, and we would not have gotten the permit if we had needed a BPP. And he said, it makes sense because BPPs are only required for ground up, because when you do ground up construction, you bring a lot of heavy equipment on site. But he thought that for a historic adaptive reuse where you're not disrupting it, it's just not required. And that was what DOB told him at the time.
There are some exceptions, it looks like, to the BPP based on guidance they have on DOB's website.
Right.
Um,
But we actually, Jella sent me recently a little quote from the administrative code that says BPP projects are generally required for any new building or alteration projects that generate a new or amended CO. So, but you can get an exception if you're not making changes to the sidewalks, but you are in fact making some changes, and maybe that's where the BPP is coming from. I don't want to hold this up for a BPP, frankly, but until I have confirmation that DOT has signed off on the seeker review, I don't really know what to do here. One suggestion is, Jella, do you have phone numbers for those two people?
yeah, I can call the director right now.
Okay. So how about this? Let me put this on for second call continuation after we hear the other two cases.
That would be
And
great.
maybe then we can come back to this question, because I don't want to do something. We don't have the authority to close with open seeker, but I'm not sure that this is actually open seeker without DOT's, even if it's a verbal confirmation that this is their only issue. That would be helpful. I see the vice chair's hand up. Can you take off your shared screen, please?
Sure.
Thanks. It's
Oh,
just I can't
sorry,
see.
I was going to say, thank you. I was going to suggest the same thing, that we do a second call and meanwhile try to reach out to DOT regarding this. But, you know, I don't know in this case, this is just something that I'm thinking out loud. If we were to do a conditional approval that DOT approves, requires a BPP, is that something that we have not done in the past?
So the issue isn't about the BPP. The issue is that we always depend on sign off from the other agencies for seeker, so that we can issue a negative deck before closing, which we're required to do. So that's the problem. We don't have a seeker sign off from DOT to indicate that everything's been satisfied. I have an indication that Jella's currently on the phone with DOT. So
I understand that. I think it's a BPP that's holding up the secret sign up from DOT's end.
No, but that's the thing you think, but I don't know, because we don't have the final sign off. DOT may be doing some other things, and that's why they don't give us the sign off. If the only question is a BPP, that's not a seeker question, right? So that means they sort of forgot to tell us that they were signing off. By the way, they also want to be BPP. So let's clarify this with DOT, which is currently doing. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a suggestion. I leave it up to the board. I suggest, to avoid future issues with the adjacent residentials on the light and the noise, that we put a note on the site plan BSA-05 that any lighting that's going to be installed, because we're not sure about the lighting that's going to be installed in the parking lot, is not going to shed lighting or noise to the adjacent residential. Just a note from the architect.
Okay, good. On the adjacent. Okay, that's good. Thank you. All right. So in the interest of moving on to the next case, and giving Jella some time to discuss this, let's put this on for second call, and we'll be back after the next two hearings, okay?
Thank you very much.
You know, if we need a little more time, we can have a lunch break. Let's just say, because the goal is to try to close this today. Okay, thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next one, Tony.
Okay, new cases, item number 26, 2021-64BZ 205-207 Graves and Neck Road, Brooklyn.
Okay. I don't see the applicant.
Ms. Altman?
There she is. Okay, she was listening on YouTube. Okay. Okay.
Accept as panelist, Ms. Altman?
Oh, I'm here.
Can you accept this panel?
Hold on, let me close my YouTube. I apologize, it's still open. There we go.
Can you accept this panelist so that we can see
I
you?
believe I did.
Don't see you.
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Are you with someone else, the architect?
Sal Vincenti should be signing in as well. I apologize, my video's been a little funny recently, so if it goes out, I'll see if I can reconnect.
So I don't see the architect, so.
I texted him, I was on the phone with him and I said, sign in now.
Okay, well, let's get moving. So can
Let me swear
you,
you in, Lyra.
Please.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course. Okay, we did tenure executive session or listened to your executive session, heard your comments. First, with respect to why we are not coming in under 23,544 with the 110-foot length, we agree with you. We think we should be able to do that. We went to the Department of Buildings and the Department of Buildings said it is not based on an average of the length of the lots, which is what we thought it should be. We said, oh, I'm just getting a text from the architect. He's saying he doesn't have, he said, I apologize. He's telling me he needs an ID that he doesn't have, even though he tried to sign in on the Zoom.
can we show him the sign-in screen, please?
I'm just telling him. Okay, I just told him they're posting it. So in any event, we agree with you, as I said, that it should be based on the average length of the lot. If it's under 110, we should be able to use section 23,544. DOB turned us down. What they said is if any point of the lot is longer than 110, you cannot use that section. So we do have a ZRD1 showing you that was turned down. We would have liked to have used that section and not come to the board. We agree with you. But unfortunately, Department of Buildings didn't agree with either of us. With that said, that puts us into a requirement of 30 feet on Avenue V and 30 feet on Gravesend Neck Road. As you see from the plans, 30 feet on Avenue V would not have been a problem at all. The problem is the 30 feet on Gravesend Neck Road, which is what brought us to the board.
But it isn't a problem if you don't increase the degree of noncompliance as to that 30 feet and you just leave it alone, then it's a existing non-compliant condition.
Well, we're actually reducing some non-compliances on this lot. As you know, what we'd like to do is we'd like to provide a side yard, which would be lovely, I think, for the neighbors as well as for our property. We also, by the way, one thing I should have mentioned already is that ZRD1 that we do have that we pointed out to you, the one with the easement, you are correct. Our writing mentions that it's on Avenue V, the easement and the sale portion. When the project manager, the examiner over at DOB wrote their portion, they inadvertently wrote Gravesend Neck instead of Avenue V, which was referenced in our papers. We will gladly have them correct that. But our drawings that were attached to that ZRD1, everything referenced Avenue V. It was just a typo on the part of the person drafting it at DOB. Okay, just to be clear, but our side does always say Avenue V.
Lyra, just FYI, you're frozen, but we can hear you.
As I said,
The
let me turn
video's
the
frozen,
camera
but we
off.
can hear you.
It keeps doing that. I don't know why it's doing that. I will try to figure it out. But in the meantime, you can hear my voice. With respect to the minimum lot area and lot width, the modification that we're proposing does not change the width of the lot. And we'll be glad to provide your board with a survey to show that it's currently 39.6 if you add those two lots together. we're going to keep it at 39.6. As far as the total lot area,
Oh, wait a second, aren't you creating a new zoning lot by subdividing it? Doesn't it need to comply with, you represent it? So let me go back before you keep moving
Please.
along. There's two ways to work on a through lot.
The
One is
architect's in
it's-
the room? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Mr. Vincent, he's the architect, right, in this case?
Mr. Vincenti is yes.
Okay, so Mr. Vincenti, can you, I don't know if he entered as panelist or not, because we just sent him the link. or told
Unmute,
him-
Mr. Vincenti?
Unmute yourself. And accept as panelist if that's offered to you. Hi, we can hear you, but I don't know whether you can accept as panelist. There you go. Okay,
There you go.
perfect.
Okay, let me swear you in really quick. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Vincenti, could you raise your right hand?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't?
You know what? Let me grab
Can
it.
you hear me now?
See if there's like a.
Technical difficulty.
Wait, over here.
Probably he's watching on YouTube. That's why he had some
Turn your,
delay.
can't even tell him
But
to
you
turn it.
can't hear us apparently. You have to turn off your YouTube.
I'm going to text him right now.
We could have him call in on his phone.
Okay. Call in all right, so
There's nothing to choose from, so that's.
can you indicate to him?
You have to
Then
turn off YouTube.
Yeah, I just texted him. You heard him say he has to turn off YouTube. That's because that's what I'm texting him. He said he did. I'm going to say if this isn't working, call in.
No, keep his screen on, also call in.
If it's not working.
Could we please share the call details?
Yeah, call this, share, but I don't know if he can see us or whatever. but-
Yeah.
The dial-in number is 6, oh, you can't even hear us, sorry. I was gonna say.
There's nowhere you try the eye up there. This isn't working. Call in and keep your screen on. Okay, I'll call it.
He's reading you my texts. This is fun.
We can hear him, he can't hear us.
Yeah, I don't know why.
646.
And I just texted him the phone number. just in case.
8656. 8656.
Nine three three
Hold on. 933
6545
6545
0691
9.
1.
Pound.
And then pound, I think she said, right? We might have to press pound again. Press pound again.
Again.
Yeah.
Again.
Press pound again, yeah. Yeah, that was the next item. You should be able to.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
He has to, is talking permitted? Yes, okay.
Press star
Yeah,
next 6.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yes.
we hear you. Do you hear us?
Yes, I do.
One.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what happened here. I apologize.
Okay, let me
That's-
swear you in really quick. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to member questions, board member questions?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Altman, we don't see you anymore. I don't know what
Yeah, it was
happened with.
freezing, so that's why I turned it off so that it wouldn't interfere with the audio.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Try it
So,
again.
thanks. So let me just go back. We were, Mr. Vincente, we were talking about the rules for through lots. And I understand you got a ZRD one, which I would love to see, that says you're not allowed to use the 110-foot rule. However, I have experience with DOB where when you use the equivalent rear yard equivalent and you've got an existing non-compliant condition on your through lot and you provide one side with a complying condition and the other side an existing non-complying condition, they allow it as long as you don't increase the degree of non-compliance. So it would simply mean that within the 30-foot equivalent on Avenue V, you would comply. And on Gravesend, you just won't increase the degree of non-compliance within that 30 feet. And then you can build within the rest of the lot, and the side, let's say, zero lot line is permitted. So you've got that side covered and you can just build. And then you've also got, you don't need an 8-foot side yard. You can have a 5-foot side yard, but you can have 8 foot if that's what you want. And then I don't understand. So it seems like the entire site would comply if you just use the existing non-complying condition of your Gravesend frontage.
So, Chair, if I may, first of all, with the 30 feet, this was Mr. Feroz, which is the zoning and code specialist that told us you can't have it. You need 30 feet on both sides. And then if on the one building.
I'm sorry, he's not correct.
Look,
he's not correct.
I've done this a little bit, and in the past, it was always the average of the two, and if it was under 110, it was okay. According to the way they read it today, and I believe we even went to city planning, and they deferred to DOB. That because it says that the maximum, it says that extends less than 110 feet in maximum depth. So
you're talking about the other one. I'm not talking about the 110 feet. I understand you got a ZRD1 about the 110 foot depth. I'm talking about the other version where you apply the rear yard equivalent and you use the one that says rear yard equivalent 223.532B, which allows 30 feet on each frontage. And on the Avenue V frontage, you get 30 feet. And on the Gravesend Avenue frontage, you provide 30 feet, but you leave the existing non-complying condition existing and non-complying.
But if we take down one of the buildings, which we're proposing, because we want a side yard, so we could put windows on that side, then that portion that we have taken down, we would have to set back to 30 feet.
Okay.
Once we get rid of the existing non-compliant condition. Now we would have to comply with the 30 feet.
But you don't have to take down, you can cut it back 8 feet and keep the rest of it.
We actually want to come forward. We want to come forward because we need more square footage in order to accommodate the design that my client prefers.
Mr. Vincenti, I think there is a good solution on this. I understand you want to provide the side yard, and you're suggesting to tear that portion of the building down to provide the side yard. And that would, if I understand your logic, is if to provide the side yard, you'll have to provide, you are proposing to tear the building down. And since that portion is going to be a new building, you would have to set it 30 foot back from.
Correct.
So what Madam Chair is suggesting, I think can work, and I agree with her.
Stop. There's all this beeping. Just a second. Okay. Everybody who doesn't need to be speaking, please mute. Okay. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
So I agree with Madam Chair. I think what you could do is you keep the existing building and just shave off the portion that you do not need to keep and convert that shaved off area as your side yard. But that would require you to retain the building street wall as it is today, instead of extending it out by like 5 feet or something like that. It's really that little bit of that extension that you won't get by doing that. But what you would get in return is, that's not a huge floor area loss. I'm just not even. It's just where the door entrance is. Just shave that door entrance and extend, keep the existing wall along Gravesend all the way to the end, where the new wall is going to replace once you have shaved off the small bit to allow for the side yard.
And that goes for the second floor also.
Yeah.
Ditto. Second floor is an
Right.
existing second floor, only 28 feet back at the widest portion. You just keep that also.
Yeah, it's like 4 foot by 10 foot or 5 foot by 10 foot that you're losing on the ground floor and less than
Right.
that on the second floor.
Okay.
And
But
so, but
Go
this is by way of saying, we don't understand what you're doing here because you can do this as of right. And you have much more floor area and lot coverage to play with if you do this as a predominantly built up area site and you don't sell off a piece of your zoning lot, which by the way, creates, you know, a future terrible condition for your client. Now your client has an easement with the property owner. That's a mess. We've seen
Right.
easements where it's just like a driveway and it's a mess.
Well, I mean, this is not something that we did without consulting our client, of course. So
But-
he's okay with this. That's not an issue for him. So
No, sorry,
if you're
Mr.
the-
Vincent, does your client know that this could be done without marrying to the BSA and without marrying to the,
So as I'm looking at section 2116, unfortunately, zero lot line buildings are not permitted in R4. So I
Are we
cannot do
sure?
the straight line extension.
let me go. Where do you see that in an R4? 21 what?
2116.
21.
Hold on. If it's I'm looking at section 22-00 general provision. And in that,
Mhm.
in an R4 district, general residences are allowed. And it says zero lot line buildings are not permitted in R4, but this is a pre-existing one.
Yeah, but he's talking about adding. Are you talking about adding? Oh, the straight line extension.
Yes, the straight line extension, yeah.
So what if you maintain the zero lot line building for the portion and where you're doing the extension, you maintain that 8-foot rear yard?
Side yard.
You mean side yard?
Side yard, I'm sorry, 8-foot side yard.
Yeah.
5-foot side yard.
What that does to the use of that space, it really, I mean, we've tried all kinds of different layouts, how we could best use it, and it really did not satisfy the needs of our client. That's why we're coming before you. Believe me, we've studied this thing quite a bit. And so, you know, when actually someone told us about, like, why don't you try the whole thing with the, you know, the easement? So we said, yeah. As a matter of fact, originally we wanted the easement to be even smaller, but then there's a minimum width of 10 feet. And that's why we went through this whole route. And we even got that approved by the Department of Building based on this, and we do this. And there was a lot of back and forth on this particular item. So we didn't just come, I mean, you know, we've been to before you many times, and we usually do our due diligence. And in this case, I believe this is our option to give the client what he needs and give him, like, create a better condition and also create a building that is in context with the neighborhood versus the two attached buildings. This is mostly a single family residence area.
Well, that part's true, but because, you know, when I was looking at your floor plan of the of the retention of the existing portion, it's most is circulation space. It's actually, or let's say, not very well utilized space. And
existing or proposed?
And you have rooms that mostly, you know, you have these little bitty rooms, like that little bitty bedroom, which I don't think that you can use if this is a predominantly built up area version, which is what you said in your ZRD1. In your ZRD1, you said it's a predominantly built up area. Maybe it isn't in this one.
we were talking about, that in terms of floor area, we were trying to get it from a different aspect, to get it at the ground built up, because we needed the floor area. 0.9 is not enough. But since we are now going to the board, we're at the board, we're asking to use regular zoning so that we can extend just a tad, leave a 10-foot front yard, which is required in an R4, and then hopefully get the additional floor area from the board.
Okay.
I agree with you. This might be one of our more creative plans.
I don't know that I like the word creative. I think Commissioner Shibeta used the better term.
Oh, really? It's all within. I believe it's all within the law, the text of text of law. But I don't know if I would say manipulate.
Law, but not the intent of the law. To be clear.
What is so? Okay. All right.
There. You admit that.
Still, well, what is the intent of the law? The intent of the law is to create large, the intent of the Ocean Park law is to have a large home, a single family.
Mr. Vincenti.
Yes.
I really rather us not go down this road where we're debating something that the BSA has already made a decision on. I disagreed with that decision then. I disagree with it now, but I don't think it's fruitful to debate whether or not the spirit of the law or why this applies. I think it's more pertinent to speak about the project.
Fair. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I personally am not okay with that little blip that destroys the line of because you're acting as if there's only one building, but in fact, you've got an attached building and you're manipulating the front line of the building. And I don't think it makes sense to do that. I think Commissioner Shanda agreed that little blip, which you create this teeny little bedroom with, is ruining the street line. So I actually don't think that's something that you should do. In which then you probably can stay with your predominantly built up area regs, and then there's no floor area waiver needed. So that the only waivers that are needed are perhaps the side yard extension on the 0 lot line portion. And then the effective rear yard is 30 feet. So, and just can live with all of these restrictions on their property forevermore. It's really a cloud on title what you're creating. Lots of clouds, right?
I follow you. That one extension in the front would only be at the second floor, because on the first floor it already projects out.
It already projects out. It doesn't.
On the first floor, it projects out 4 feet more than the second floor.
You mean
we were only doing it on that portion.
That portion is an existing wall that you're showing as new?
No, there's a portion that's coming out on the first floor, Sal, and a portion that's coming out on the second floor. It's a little different.
I think the recommendation board is making, remove that extension both on the first and on the second floor.
Right, understood. You want to keep the line of the existing building is what you're saying.
Understood.
Okay. All right. I don't like it, but whatever. Any other comments on this? So let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2021-64 BZ, 205-207 Graves End Neck Road, Brooklyn. This is a single-family home enlargement request. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You went to the webinar ID number 933-6545-0691 and the pound sign. You will then press pound at the next prompt. Once you're in Zoom, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so it's not a lot of changes, I guess. Vice Chair Chanda, do you have other comments about the configuration of the building?
No, I think my main concern was that front bit that's jutting out. That was my primary concern.
Okay, yeah, because even if you look at the axonometric, or they call it the isometric, you can see that little, like, kind of wrecks the design. So I don't know why. It's like a little shed that you threw onto the side of the building. You can, it's one of those things where it reveals what needs to be fixed on the design, and it would be that. So by taking that off, then you have this return to the front elevation, which is more consistent with the character of the building. Okay. All right. So I want to close this because, as Ms. Altman knows, we've had problems with closing on cases where the drawings need to be modified. So I'd ask that, how much time do you need to make those changes to all of the drawings?
1 week.
Okay, I'm noting 2, because I need the drawing set carefully reviewed for consistency amongst all the drawings. I don't want to see any inconsistency, because unfortunately it drives me out of my mind when I don't see consistency in the drawings. And I expect Ms. Altman to make sure that her statement of facts coordinates with that as well. Okay, so. Okay, so 2 weeks to submit. But you could have more, actually. Let's say 3, because we're not going to put this on for July. We don't have time. Okay. All right, I didn't see anybody calling in. So, all right, thank you. And 3 weeks to submit, okay?
Okay. Item number 20, I'm sorry. Item number 27, don't disappear. Are you for the next case, Mr. Vincenti?
Yes,
Okay, so one second,
he
let me call it. Let me call. Item number 27, 2021-67 BZ, 2307 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn. Lyra, can you unmute?
I am unmuted. I'll try my video again for swearing in.
Okay, good. Okay, raise your right hand. Mr. Vincenti? Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
I do.
Okay, proceed. State your name for the record, Ms. Altman.
Hello again, still Lyra Altman from the law office of Lyra J. Altman. Once again, we watched your executive session, heard your comments. To begin, there was a discussion regarding the front lineup and the proposal that we are bringing the building forward on the second floor. We will actually provide your board with a copy of a ZRD1 that we have from Tech Affairs at DOB, saying that that is actually permitted. They will allow you to extend a second floor above forward as long as it doesn't extend beyond the existing non-complying first floor. So we will provide that to your board with pleasure.
So just for clarification, so therefore the DOB is exercising ZR 54-313 for that?
I want to look at this.
Just for my...
I want to look and make sure I'm giving you the right site. I have it in front of me right here. There's ZRD1 I'm looking at. 54.313B and 54.313A.
213B and A.
That's what it says at a quick glance at the ZRD1. I just want to make sure I give it to you correctly. Next, there was a question regarding the basement and cellar issue. It is supposed to be a cellar. We will, of course, make the correction of the couple of inches as necessary. With regard to the adjacent structure, if you look at P1, we do actually show where the adjacent structure is located in terms of our building, and we also do show the adjacent structure on the streetscape so that you can see.
It should be ghosted on all of the drawings.
I'll be glad to do that. You'd like
Marjorie,
to
we're losing you. Madam Chair, we're losing you.
Uh-oh.
Volume.
I heard her. She said you should be ghosted on on every
Very
plan,
low, though.
Madam Chair.
No, I think that the problem is there's noise from something else, and that's why you can't hear me. Yeah,
Okay.
go, Vice Chair, go ahead.
I want to, I would definitely, please do include the ZRD one, but I think on the plan, please do indicate, add a note, especially with regards to where the extension is extending beyond the 30 feet. That, and I don't know if the ZRD one has a number or something that it is pursuant to whatever section that ZRD refers to. The extension is going to be approved. It is not something DOB, not BSA is weighing in.
Right.
We'll be happy to.
Okay.
Again, we were just discussing the adjacent structure. You said ghosted. You want it on all of the floor plans. We'll be glad to do that.
Yes. And yeah, and on the elevations, the whole idea is that we want to be able to see. So when I say floor plans, on all the plans, okay, to be clear.
We'll be happy to, not a problem.
An adjacency, show it, okay? Yeah, Carlo.
Yeah, no, I think the vice chair kind of beat me to it. I just wanted to procedurally just clarify that then that the plans and the DOB objection were clear that that portion of the building on the front is not something that's before us then and is being pursued as a right.
Yeah.
There was also a question that we crosshatch the legal non-compliant yards. We'll of course be happy to do that. We'll also provide a better copy of the Belcher Hyde. I apologize, it's from the 1920s. I'll see if I can get a better copy. Regarding the walls to remain, the labeling is actually correct on the plans, but you are correct. We do need to adjust. The party wall is shaded as though it's new, although it's labeled as existing. We will make it match in that it is existing, of course. We are not taking down the party wall.
That would be scary. Yeah. Okay.
That would be frightening for the neighbor when we came by. Regarding the zoning analysis form, we did a quick check of the open space and lot coverage. We believe those numbers, all as of right, existing and proposed, are correct, but we will check it again after the hearing. But a quick check in between executive session and now showed that we believe they are all correct and in the correct boxes. Regarding predominantly built up, this site, because it's entirely in the R4, the block is under 4 acres. It has buildings on zoning lots comprising 50% or more of the area of the block, and it's in the Ocean Parkway District. It does qualify to use the predominantly built up standard. We will gladly add that to our statement as well.
It should be on the drawings, not just to your statement. It should be on the drawings to show the calculation. Predominantly built.
And lastly, there was a discussion regarding the height. And if you look at zoning resolution section 23-631 H2, paragraph 2, what you will find is that the height is measured to the midpoint of the roof. And I will read you the exact phrasing just to make it easy for you. It's H2, paragraph 2. It says in these special districts, and it's referencing back to where it talks about the special Ocean Parkway District, for developments or enlargements which utilize the optional regulations applicable to a predominantly built up area, the maximum height of a building containing residences shall not exceed 32 feet above the base plane. Furthermore, for such developments or enlargements with pitched roofs, the midpoint of such pitched roof shall not exceed a height of 32 feet above the base plane. So that is where we had it. My reference should have said in my statement to the midpoint of the roof, and I will clarify that in my statement. I was not as clear as I could have been.
What's a midpoint of a roof? Isn't that the peak?
The midpoint of the roof? It is not. Sal, would you care to jump in and give the architect's description of the midpoint of the roof? If we didn't lose you.
Can't hear you.
Sal, you're on mute. You've got to unmute yourself, my friend.
I'm trying.
There you are. Nope, no, you're not there.
Star
6.
There you are.
Okay, so I apologize for the technical difficulties. So really the top of the roof is the apex of the roof. That would be the top. And it's in zoning, that's how it's referred. As the apex of the roof is the top point. of a pitch roof. The midpoint is just that, the midpoint of a sloping roof. So it's anywhere between the eave and the apex. That would be the midpoint.
Weird. Okay. It's a strange decision to say midpoint anyway, because it sounds like you don't have any maximum height. Go ahead.
It's very
Commissioner.
strange. I looked through the entire section of that 23.6, and this is the only place that midpoint is referenced. And honestly speaking, this is the first time I'm actually seeing the application of midpoint. So I'm a little surprised too.
Yeah, okay.
Also doesn't say anything about the relative, there's no way to judge the relative size if you're just looking at the midpoint.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, I guess that the width of the building would determine the height, because how much roof can you really put on? So I don't know, I guess if the building was wider, then you could probably go a bit higher. But either way, 32 feet would be the maximum to the midpoint. This has been around for a long time, ever since Canal Built Up came out.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Okay, sorry. All right, so yeah. What else do we have here? I don't think anything, right? You know what to, oh, rear yard studies. That goes for the prior application too, which we forgot to reiterate.
You want a rear yard study on this one and the prior? We can make that happen.
Okay, so that's such a confusing thing for you to be curious about. We always ask for rear yard studies.
So on that one in particular, I thought that would be an odd request on Gravesend Neck, but we'll be glad to provide it if you'd like it.
You're asking for a rear yard waiver. Why is it an odd request? Whenever you ask for a waiver, you should include a study of the thing you're asking to waive. So if you need a side yard waiver, it should have side yard information. If you have rear yard, it should have rear yard information. If you have floor area, you should have floor area information. I think that's so odd that you think that's odd after I don't know how many dozens of applications.
Only in that particular case, because with the easement, we have a 30-foot distance.
Right. Oh.
Only in that particular one. I understood on this one, and I'll be glad to provide it.
Okay. All right then. So how much time? Oh, let's go to the public.
The current case that we are discussing is 2021-67BZ, 2307 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, this is a single family home enlargement request. Dial in 646. Somebody speak? 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 933-6545-0691. Press pound. You will also enter, press pound at the second prompt. You don't have to enter participant ID. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, how much did you submit?
Sure.
How much time? Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear.
Do we need to address the height of the cellar or renaming the cellar to a basement? Is that an issue?
No, they said already that they're going to change the dimensions in the cellar to make it a cellar.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't hear from Mr. Vincente how much time he needs to submit.
We can do it the same way. Within a week, we can do it.
Let's do the same 3 weeks, because if we need to get those studies, I want to make sure that we have them as well for your board.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right, so I'm making a note of it. All right, I didn't see anyone calling in. So I think we can take this off the screen. Thank you.
Madam Chair, since you indicated that this is likely not going to be scheduled for July, and so maybe the applicant should take 4 weeks necessary with all the studies and everything involved to get it all right.
I noted 1 month to submit, actually.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because it depends on how our schedule, we have a lot of sort of emergency applications that need to be processed this summer. So those went out. So we'll see if it makes it to the August schedule. I'm just not sure. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. Please make all those great
Thank you.
questions. Please, of course, contact the project manager and please submit to us a complete, perfectly coordinated, corrected, zero mistakes set. Okay. Thank you.
We'll try out.
Okay,
Thank you.
so, do we go back to Beach Channel Drive or take a break?
We're going to take, because of Beach Channel, I really want to give them a chance to get all the DOT issues cleared up, which we can't discuss because we're not in a hearing with it. So let's just take a 30-minute break and hope for the best. Back at therefore 1:30. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. So
Okay,
we're live and everything. You want to just announce the case because we're going to need more time.
sure. We're back on the record and it's 2021 43BZ 90-91 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
So staff is valiantly working with DOT staff who are valiantly working to try to come to a conclusion, but we don't have it. So they're working on something like on the verge. So I'd like to give them another 30 minutes. Is that okay? We come back at 2. Okay, so coming back at 2, we should have what we are hoping for. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, back at 2. Okay, if everyone could come back now, please. Success.
Madam Chair, do we have the applicant team? I'm sorry, I can't see because of the break thing.
I don't know yet, so let her call it. And, oh, I do see, yeah. So let's get it on and go again, and then Tony will call the case again.
Okay, we're back on the record, and this is 2021-43BZ. It's the third call on this case, 90-91 Beach Channel Drive, Queens.
Okay, so we want to make sure we have Allison Carreri and Uri Kaufman in. So we're back where we were before.
Yeah, and just a reminder, they're still sworn in from,
I was just going to say that, Carlos. Thank you.
I wanted to participate. Thank you.
He feels left out. So as I think Ms. Carreri is aware, our team, specifically Tracy Benke and Jella Pranga, have been working like nonstops, like sweating, pushing, running around like crazy with people at DOT to accomplish what we now have is an email conditional sign off from DOT, conditioned on the applicant providing a sidewalk all the way around the frontage of the property. So based on the conditional sign off, we now have completed seeker and are able to do a neg deck and hence can close, which is what we were going for. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you very
congratulations.
much.
Excellent, thank you.
Just want to
Thanks.
say how much we appreciate the heroic efforts.
Yeah,
Really
definitely.
very much appreciated.
Well, we try. We can't always accomplish, but we always try. Okay. So, all right. So I would like you to, though, we're going to close. I'd like you to tell me how much time you need to submit the modifications to the drawings to respond to the parking lot area and the screening.
We will submit that in whatever amount of time is sufficient to get us on the next calendar for decision.
2 weeks to
2 weeks would be perfect, yeah.
Okay, and I'm putting you on for the next count for the July calendar,
Perfect.
right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we already heard from the public, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Gladly, aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Could you
Could
repeat
you say
that?
it again?
Aye. Don't want to
Thank
hold
you.
this up any longer.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you in July, and hopefully all the little issues will have been worked out in the next 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. And hope to see you all at the ribbon cutting. It's going to be quite a party. It's 60 years in the waiting.
Wow.
Thank you
That is-
for extending the hearing later in the day.
Thank you very,
Really
very much, really.
appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? So this,
Okay, everyone. Thank you. Sorry.
okay, so this concludes the public hearing for June 7th, 2022.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience in returning and returning.